Hello? Hello. John? John? Hello? Hello? Kia ora? Kia ora. Are we on? Are we on? Are we on? Are we on? John? John? Are we on? Here we are. Kia ora, Ata Maria. This is a 5-minute warning for you to start settling into your seats, finding a seat, settling into it. Bring your coffees in. 5 minutes, we'll start. Thank you.
Must have been a school teacher. Good morning, everyone. Just to say, it was a magnificent night last night. I think that's what Eisteddfod's and entertainment of a WI standard has always been. I've heard the stories of it going in towards midnight, and we almost got there. I'd like to call on Reverend Elspeth to come, and we will just gather together in this space to collect our thoughts until we start the next part of the proceedings. Thank you.
welcome everyone. Trying to look round and find faces that I recognise. Yes, there, Julie. One gap here. Oh, yes, another one. I know, yep. Anyway, I'm Reverend Elspeth Wingham, and I'm the vicar in the Anglican parish of Glenmark Waikari in North Canterbury. And I was sitting next to a lady who knows Omahi, which only has a hall and a school. And that's Women's Institute, isn't it? Yeah. Now, I take services at 4 churches. They all have small congregations of ageing parishioners. Does this ring any bells? Does it sound like a similar demographic to another formerly rural organisation? Now, just to give a bit of background about my connection with WI. My mother, Lillian Wingham, joined CWI in the late 1940s. She was a young wife with a small child and a returned serviceman husband. They lived on a rehab farm at the end of the road, literally, at Harry. The road stopped there. There was no Haast Pass. That's on the west coast, by the way. There was no electricity and no family members living nearby. The ladies of CWI were like a family of aunties, and they soon adopted Mum and gave her friendship, support and knowledge. And she often talked about how valuable they were to her in those lonely, isolated days. Now, my older sister is Rosemary Black. You may know her as Blackbird. Okay. She looked after the children's section in the Women's Institute magazine for years. She's still a member, although she isn't a regular attender. We were 3 generations in one house family, and that suited my parents, my husband and I, and our 2 girls. When Mum was 80 years old, she stopped driving the car and asked me to be her driver. That meant driving an hour to my sister's home in Culverden for Mum to go to the Amuri WI. So I used to read a book in another room and join the others for afternoon tea, but it didn't take long before they joined me up to the group. So I've been involved with WI for the last 20 years. Currently, I'm a member of the Masons Flat, Harden Women's Institute. My earliest memory of WI was at St Stephen's Church at Tahunanui Nelson, where Mum went for a while. I would have been about 5 years old. She'd be listening to the meeting and doing her knitting. And I remember they had a little chair for me, and I sat next to Mum and I did my knitting. But the best part of Women's Institute was the baking competitions, because we got all the seconds. And Mum would bring home from Institute a lovely big plate of everyone else's leftovers for her growing children. We really loved that. But enough about me, let's get into the talk. Now, a very common beginning to a traditional church service goes, "This is the day which the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it." I just wondered how many of you would know the response. Yeah. So let's try again. This is the day which the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. That's a pretty good way to start a day, isn't it? We use that beginning in times of rain, hail, sun, snow. The thinking is, any day is a good day if you're alive and fit enough to get yourself to church. What normally happens at church? Well, I take a 1 hour service and there's a lady up the back going like this if I go over 1 hour. Afterwards, there is a cuppa and fellowship, and this can last for half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. You stay for as long as you want to, taking time to catch up. And this is where the community element of church kicks in, much like at WI meetings. This is where you hear the family news, the successes and failures, who is sick, who's recovered, who is waiting for an operation, who is lonely, who needs a visit, who has died, and what support the family needs. Who is new in town? Are there any babies coming? Basically, who and what needs help, both people and organisations. For example, the Red Cross, Knitting for Operation Cover Up, the local op shop, and Meals on Wheels. But people are getting tired. My congregation are mainly 70 years plus. Many feel they've done their bit for the community and are hoping young people will come along and fill the gaps. That's not going to happen though, is it? Most of us are from the baby boomers generation, and there isn't a similar peak in population coming after us. We're a phenomenon that may be a one-off. Bit of a frightening thought. All of our volunteering may finish with us. It is a familiar pattern though, isn't it? WI is in a similar dynamic, especially in the country areas. But all is not lost. In both the church and WI, the themes double down and be open to new ideas can be a way forward for them both. Where does the term double down come from? Well, actually, it's from casinos and a card game named Blackjack. The player can double their original bet in exchange for taking one more card. It can mean to commit to more time and effort or resources to a chosen strategy or plan, especially when facing risk or criticism. We need to stubbornly and determinedly hold on to the good parts of our organisations, WI and the church, and at the same time allow new ideas to be heard and trialled. Our church has come under a lot of criticism lately from the Royal Commission of Inquiry into Abuse and Care. The Anglican Church was one of the churches held to account. They've made a commitment to put things right, but this is impossible. People's lives have been ruined, and one must ask, why did it take so long to come to public notice? And why did it take so long for an apology to be given? We will all have our theories on that, but the way forward, as I see it, is to learn from this horrible episode and make sure it doesn't happen again. Safeguarding is the buzzword now, and it's making sure that children, youth, and vulnerable adults are always supervised by police-vetted teachers, leaders, and carers. I'm vetted too. The church has procedures now for this checking to be done for all employees and volunteers. But the danger is to write off all church-related activities. I've felt frustrated by the criticism, partly because it is taking so long to address the victims' needs. Many in my congregations feel it's not their problem, it is someone else's mess, and we've been left to clean it up. and it happened a long time ago. But that's not good enough. Church leaders must take responsibility and act fairly in the treatment of the victims. Some have passed away now. Our apology and compensation is too late, but not for the families. They should double down and hold the churches to account. At the same time, they need to be open to the new idea, the acceptance of an apology, recompense and forgiveness. If they cannot make this change in their thoughts, that is, to forgive, the new person can't develop. The person will be stuck in the dark place of a victim indefinitely. So that doesn't only apply to those victims of abuse and care. All of us have to be able to make that change in our thinking, or we remain the victims. What is the new idea for the church? You may have seen on the news a few months ago, Sarah Mullally has been appointed the Archbishop of Canterbury, the head of the Anglican Church for the world, a woman. This is the first time in history. It has caused conflict and ruffled lots of male feathers. It has offended the traditionalists, but I think it's great. At last, there is real equality in our church. I tried to think of a more cheerful and personal biblical example of doubling down, and I have got an amazing example. Jesus Christ and the Easter story. Jesus doubled down and walked the path to the cross because he loves us so much. He gave his life. So our sins were forgiven and we have the hope of eternal life by believing in him. How did Jesus double down? Well, he had a journey to make. His path was not easy or comfortable. It was the road to the cross. His journey was filled with suffering, rejection, and pain. Yet it was the path that God had planned for him, and he chose to walk it, trusting in God. Jesus endured for us. He stayed on track. He finished the journey. In Hebrews chapter 12, verse 1, let us run with patience the race that is set before us. Every one of us here this morning has a different race. My race is different from yours. You're probably thinking, thank goodness for that. Knowing your path is very important. Each person has a different calling. Your path will not look like anyone else's. We do not all move at the same pace. We don't carry the same responsibilities or walk the same route. Stay on your own path. That's why we judge others, because we want to travel their path. I know I envied my sister for years and years and years. I thought being a farmer's wife was really easy. There are times when we try to compare our lives with others. This causes stress, pressure, and confusion. The truth is simple. When we step off our path, we lose our peace. God calls us back to alignment. We must stay on the path he has given us. We're not called to live someone else's life or to follow the crowd. We are called to be true to ourselves. When we see others moving faster, having more success, or receiving more opportunities, we may feel we're getting left behind or overlooked. We begin to ask, why not me? The truth is, Their path is not your path. What works for them may not work for you. God knows your life, your strengths, your season, and your purpose. He never asked you to copy someone else. He has called you to be true to your own journey. When we are not aligned with God, we will grow tired, no matter how sincere we are. That is why we must constantly check, Lord, is this what you called me to do? How do we live our life with patience? Life is a long journey, and there will be many challenges like health, delays, perhaps looking after sick or elderly relatives. Both of my parents lived with us until they died, and Dad had Parkinson's disease and we nursed him at home. Mum had her last week of life in a hospital, and I miss her and Dad terribly. They were just wonderful. There will be difficult seasons in our lives, like divorce, yes, loneliness, yes, unemployment at times, yes, money problems, and so on. I'm a real person. Sometimes God slows us down, not to punish us, but to prepare us. What feels like a delay may be protection. God is more interested in shaping our character than speeding up our progress. Who wants to get to heaven early? Better to wait for God's timing. He is teaching us to trust him even when things move slowly. We must stop trying to live fake lives. That Beverly Hills Housewives program is just horrible, isn't it? Anyway, we must be authentic by being ourselves. And we must stop living by the expectation of others. Now, I find this very hard to do. My age group, 70 years plus, have been trained from our childhood to serve others, not to put ourselves forward and to be accommodating. It's really hard to override those inner voices that are telling us how to behave. Be confident. You are unique, and you have your own path to follow. At the same time, be content with what God has given you. We must trust his timing and not rush ahead. And we must protect our character, even when no one is watching. In the end, God rewards those who are faithful. Each one of us has a path set before us. God has assigned our path, our pace, and our journey. Our responsibility is to stay on track, walk our path, and finish well. As Jesus finished his journey on the cross, we will also be called to finish our journey. One day, we all hope to hear those words, "Well done, good and faithful servant." So to finish, let us say together the Institute prayer, God of many names. Here we are. It should be up on the screen or in your little books. And after we've said that, people, I'd like to bless you all. So, that's all right. God of many names, we give thanks for the many gifts we receive in our lives. We give thanks for our families, our friends, and our sisters of the Women's Institute. We pray for our world. Guide those who lead and help them to see humanity and value in all people. Comfort all those who mourn and all who face difficulties ahead. Give us the grace and compassion to live out those things we pray for and live lives that reflect integrity and community. May we be embodiments of your love. Help us to model our family life as one of love and acceptance, and help us to remember to love our neighbours as ourselves. May we sense your presence in all our lives and know that you are with us always, and that through good times and bad times, we are not alone. As we come together, we ask that you guide us in all we do and encourage all the members to be living examples of our movement's aspirations. Give us peace of heart and strength of mind always. Amen. Please stand and I'll bless you. May Christ's holy, healing and enabling spirit be with you every step of the way and be your guide as the path changes and turns. And the blessing of God Almighty, Father, Son and Holy Spirit be with you and remain with you forever. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Elsbeth. Now comes to another highlight of the AGM, which I'm delighted to actually be part of, is the prize giving. I'd like to thank everybody who had entered this year's competitions. I think that the judges had a hard task on one or two classes. So all of you are winners in my eyes because you supported us at our competition. So, as it is normal over the last 4 years, Colleen is going to read out the winners, and then the winners are going to come up here and get their silverware and their little bit of paper that are going to be stuck in the scrapbook, more than like. I don't know how you're going to do the photographs because there's not an awful lot of space. Just be very aware of this screen thing down here when you come rushing up to get it. And you girls there, you're going to have to catch them if they fall. All right? So without further ado, as they say, I'm going to ask Colleen to come here and we'll give it a whirl. Thank you. Up there.
Is it the
Yes. Green for forward. All right.
Yep, let us go.
Good as gold. Oh, hang on. Just tell them that they've got to collect the boxes in the
Yes, when?
at lunchtime. No. Yes. Morning. Well, it's not morning tea. It's not really good because there's going to be loads of people in there.
Yeah. Are we all set to go? Righto. That's all right, we've given them far too long between sessions so that they've started conversations. And now they have to finish conversations. I don't want to stop you. You finished? Cracker. We will start with the large Robert Young Rose Bowl for which Wairarapa Federation got third, Mid Canterbury was second, and it was won by Tararua Federation. Pheaton. Collected by Elaine Doherty, the president of Tararua Federation. The May Martin Trophy. Third was Waikato Valley, WI. Second was Arorangi, WI. And the winner was Whangarei Federation. Then collected by President Margaret Crowe. There we go. And there was an interpretation. Have we still got conversations unfinished? We're right. Okay. The interpretation of the three articles of the theme, which was Four Seasons, no, that's next time. Birthday party. I love handcraft. I'm so good at it, not. Anyhow, the interpretation of the theme was won by Central Hawke's Bay area. Yep. I have. While they're taking photos, the Robert Young Cup of a Kete basket. Are you doing this for me, John? Are you? Beautiful. Third was Phyllis Malcolm of Manaia WI, South Taranaki. Second was Tangi Taiki from Otawhao Takapau WI, Central Hawke's Bay area. And the winner was Judy Cathcart from Waikato Valley WI, Rotorua area. And the magnificent Summer Show Cup for the mandala colouring in was third was Doria Collins from Edgecombe WI, Eastern Bay of Plenty Federation. Second was Wynne Bowers Mason from Marta WI, South Taranaki Federation. And the winner was Alison Mason, Horoweka Tichui Point WI from Tararua. The equally magnificent silver tray for the Sashiko Needle book. Third was Janice Harrison from WI, Whangarei Federation. Second was Hazel Knight from Otawhao Takapau WI, Central Hawke's Bay. And the winner was Hazel Dudunsky from New Plymouth Central WI, North Taranaki. The Novice Trophy for people who've not ever won, so the winner will never be able to enter it again. Third was Alice McNeil from Blue Cliffs WI in Waimate. Second was Hazel Knight from Otawhao Takapau WI, Central Hawke's Bay. And the winner was Patricia Larson from Dalefield WI, Wairarapa Federation. The Rissington CWI Diamond Jubilee Trophy for a photograph was a single bloom. Third was Phyllis Malcolm, Manaia WI, South Taranaki Federation. Second was Margaret Naden of Turanganui WI, Poverty Bay, Wairoa. And the winner was Judy Wood, Pāroa WI, West Coast area, Gold Honours. The flower one, the next one, over here. Yes? Boom. The Edna Way Cup, which is the painted rock paperweight. Third was Raywin Lusinski from Lower Mangere WI, North Taranaki. Second was Doreen Batt from Pegasus Wood End WI, North Canterbury. And the winner was Marjorie Ryan from Pāroa WI, West Coast area. The Robin Grigor Cup is for our junior members. There are only a few junior members we have. I think there are about 6 in total. Second was Kate Jones from Waireka WI, North Otago area. And the winner was Madison Tidswell from Otawhao Takapau WI, Central Hawke's Bay. The Wool Craft Trophy for a wool tank top. Third was Diane Carter from Wakanui WI, Mid Canterbury Federation. Second was Yvonne Smith from Waimangaroa WI, Bulla Federation. And the winner was Heather Hailwood from Whitby WI, Southern Wellington area. The Ashford Trophy was 1 skein of hand-spun wool. Third was Avina Lunt from Horaweka Tea Tree Point WI, Tararua Federation. Second was Carol Wingate, Tinui WI from Wairarapa Federation, and the winner was Jill Campbell, Maata WI, South Taranaki Federation. I think the judges wanted to know from what sort of sheep it was from. We now go on to the Helen Painter Trophy. The Helen Painter Trophy for scrapbooking. Third was Waikato East Federation. Second, Anne Webster, Tamatea WI from Northern and Hawke's Bay Federation. And the winner was Trish Milne from Pegasus Wood End WI, North Canterbury. The West Coast Jubilee Trophy for the scrapbook. Third was North Canterbury Federation, second was Mid Canterbury Federation, and the winner was South Taranaki Federation. The April Kerr Trophy for annual reports from the WI. Third was Te Pahu WI, it's a Waikato area. Second was Turakina WI from the Whanganui area. And first was Pāroa WI from West Coast area. Speak. The Sudley Trophy for annual reports from federations. Third was Wairarapa Federation, second was Southern Southland Federation, and the winner was North Taranaki Federation. And while you're up there, Hazel, the Programme Cup. Third was Burnside WI, second was Ararangi WI, and the winner was New Plymouth Central WI. The Literature Trophy was won by Judy Milne of Kairanga WI Manawatu Federation. Again. Well done, Judy. The Membership Cups, the E.J. Sawyer Trophy with increased member within an institute was won by Karaka WI from the South Auckland area. They aren't here, so the cup is not here to be presented. But Karaka WI won it for the second year in a row. The Barbara Wood Memorial Cup for increased membership for Federation was won jointly by Whangarei Federation and South Taranaki Federation. Whangarei in South Taranaki. They haven't come to blows, so that's a good thing, I suppose. But it's a big decision. Who gets it first? And therefore has to pay to get it to the other. At least there's no overseas travel. They're both in the North Island. Looks like they're sorting it now. It's sorted. Beautiful. And it gives me great pleasure to tell you that the Eva Rennie Trophy for the most extraordinary, outstanding article from the winners goes to the winner of the one skein of handspun wool, Jill Campbell from Marta, WA. Yes, I know, Helen. There it is. Coming up soon. That delicious wool. And we do want to know what sort of sheep. We do want to know that. Text to now, Helen, that's good. We'll find out what breed of sheep it is, and then you can all go and find one, shear it, and spin it. And that's it. Thank you.
Our morning speaker has arrived. Her name is Judy Wilson. And she's going to come and give us a bit of a story of her travels. And that's all I'm going to tell you. But apparently she's very funny, so don't forget to laugh in the right places. Not as the last night's skits where somebody said applause or laugh. But I'm sure that she will enlighten us and give us a bit of joy today. Thank you. Joy Wilson.
Well, thank you. It's okay.
So I've tried to give you a bit of a warm-up.
Thank you very much. Okay. Right. So. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for a warm welcome this morning on this chilly day. So my journey began about 2020, 2021 when I had a bucket list. And on that bucket list, when I retired, was to travel the North Island by myself in the car. I'd always flown previously because I've got family up there. But this time I had my little red and black brand new Suzuki sports car. And I had put stripes on it. I was often asked, have I got a ticket yet? And I kept saying to people, I'm working on it. Okay, so building up to going away, I was starting to get cold feet. I had my trip planned with house sitting all over the North Island and looking after people's pets. Well, they had a holiday somewhere else, and I had a holiday in a place I'd never been to. And so it was cheap accommodation because it was free, because you were looking after their home and pets, which worked out really well for this old duck. Anyway, so preparing, I was looking behind me, and on my sideboard, I realised that I had a gnome there. And this little gnome is Winkle. Okay, so he's my travelling gnome. And Winkle did everything with me. Anything I did, he did. And obviously we were noticed everywhere we went, in cafes and restaurants and gardens and parks and everywhere. And so setting off, I had my suitcases in the car, but of course Winkle needed a suitcase too. So his kit's in here, and sitting beside me on some cushions that were fairly high for him, so he could see a little bit, but he couldn't see a lot. He had his tissues and some books, because you can see in the front here, he's got some books, so he often read. And he's also got a bottle of water in here as well. But of course he needed a toilet bag too. So here we have a comb and a toothbrush, okay? And he's got some soap in here and other smelly stuff to make him smell good. But Winkle doesn't like water, and every time I came near him with the cloth, he had a big aversion to water. So he wasn't going to have a bar of it. And I said, well, if I go out clean, you have to go out clean too. But no, he wasn't going to have this on. Anyway, so he had his kit and he had a chocolate fish. And so when he was peckish, the chocolate fish sat on his book and he'd just have a wee nibble when he wanted it. So his job, because, if he's coming on a trip with me, he's got to work for it. So his job was to look out for the blue and red lights. Anyway, it was quite interesting because we did get pulled up somewhere around Palmerston North, I think it was. I can't remember now, but it was such a shock because this mufti car was coming up behind me, and he said to me, lady, do you know what speed you're doing? And I said, I wouldn't have a clue. Well, I've never been here before and I don't know what the speed limit is. So I was well and truly over. It cost me a couple of bottles of wine, I think, in dollar value. But anyway, so Winkle got a big lecture about this missing the lights, because he was supposed to warn me so I could slow down. Anyway, so then we crossed the Cook Strait. Well, this is a huge adventure for a woman on her own travelling with a gnome. And I thought, we've got to be a bit cheeky here. And I said to the staff, I said, what do you reckon? I said, could I take Winkle up to the bridge and meet the captain? And she just looked at me as if I was nuts. But I said, well, it's not every day that you see a gnome on your boat. And I said, we're on a big adventure, so we really would like to meet the captain. So, of course, we were shown up to the captain. She got approval. And he sat up there and he's looking all around this big, huge bridge area. and my brother has a small boat, and he said to me, I want to go on one of those boats and look out from above on the bridge as well. He said, but how come your bloody gnome can get up there and I can't? Okay. Anyway, he had a ball up there. He was sitting in the captain's seat and looking all around at all the knobs and dials and everything. And, so that was a lot of fun, a lot of pictures. There's probably some pictures up there of Winkle that you'll see. I'm just lost here for a minute. So tour boats, anything we went on for a ride, he was in it. He was on it. He was sitting in their seats, the driver's seat, or the pilot of the smaller boats that we went on. He was right in it. And then one day we decided we would go to Cape Reinga. And so my son was in Hamilton, so I parked my little Suzuki at his place. And he took me down to the bus because there was no way that I was going to drive in Auckland. And anyway, so we get on this bus and we're about halfway through the journey. And it's a double-decker bus. So we're sitting in the front at the bottom. I wasn't game to go up the top at the start. And the driver was just over here. Well, Winkle was a bit surprised about this because this driver was hungry. And she had a pizza in a box here. And the box was on the steering wheel, sorry. So she proceeded to nibble away, driving a double-decker bus. And I thought, So I took some pictures. And she proceeded to carry on eating her pizza. So when this was done, she decided, well, I better get in touch with the kids. She was a young woman. So she gets on the phone to the children, and I could hear them all on the phone while she's driving this double-decker bus. And I'm thinking, boy, we're in trouble here if she crashes. Huge trouble. So by the time we that was the other thing. So she got out at Manukau to let the people off to go to the airport bus. And then she was standing there doing up her buttons to look a bit more professional because when she was sitting down, the buttons were popping. And I thought, this is Kiwi, tourism. This wasn't a good look. So she proceeded right from Manukau to the main depot in Auckland, talking to her children on the phone while she's driving. So what did I do? I potted her. I thought, this woman doesn't deserve her job. She's got all these people at risk here, and so I'm hoping she lost her job. And when we went up to Cape Reinga, came back, and when we got the next bus back to Hamilton, we were privileged to sit behind the driver, another lady, but an older woman, and I said to her, have you missed one of your staff lately? And she said, why is that? And I said, well, I'm just wondering if this particular woman's still got her job. And and I told her what happened, and she said, I know who you mean. So I understand she did lose her job. But, this is crazy, driving, doing these stupid things. Anyway, so tour boats and also the shopping. So when I'm in Hamilton Woolworths and I'm minding my own business and I'm walking along with my trolley, and along in front of me was this object coming towards me. And I thought, whoa, where's Winkle? I left him in the car. This was a robot. And the robot was going right round the shop and obviously doing his thing. And this robot was called Kai, because he's amongst food. And when his battery was running down, he'd go back to his base. And anyway, I spoke to the manager. I go to the top normally. I went straight to the manager and I said, hey, would I be allowed to photograph my gnome? And I showed him a picture of Winkle. And I said, bring him in and take some photos. Would that be possible? I said, it may break your boundaries on what you're allowed and what you're not allowed. So I did get permission. Anyway, he got back to me. He phoned me later and said, yep, cool. He said, that's fine. So we did go in and we took pictures of this great big, it wasn't very big, about that, and he had cameras all around. So he's looking at the stock on the shelves, but he's looking at obstacles on the floor, and obviously the customers, because he was heading straight towards me. But that wasn't the only place I found a robot. I was in Pahia, and in a Thai restaurant, just me and Winkle and a few other people. And they came and served me and gave me my meal. But then over the far side, these people had a robot deliver their meals. So there was more pictures. We had to take pictures of this robot. So he wasn't giving them meals, the staff had to take it off the tray and pass it to them. So this was fascinating because I haven't seen this sort of thing in the South Island yet. And this was 2022, sorry. Okay, so then there was an experience going on a hot air balloon. This was fun. And I'd never been on one before, so I was a little bit nervous. And my son was supposed to come with me, but at the last minute, work called. So Winkle loved the hot air balloon, and so did I by the end of it. This daft thing this woman does. Anyway, it was an adventure, so I was making the most of it. Okay, the city gardens, Hamilton Gardens was just a treasure, as all other gardens are, but Hamilton, if you've been there, is just amazing. Okay, we've also been on a three-wheeler trike, so that's a big motorbike with 3 wheels. Wow, what an adventure that was with the wind blowing in your hair. Okay, but also it was a time for Cyclone Gabriel. And that night that disaster happened, I was actually in Hamilton, and yes, there was a bit of wind, and you could tell there was a storm, but you didn't really know the extent of it until you woke up in the morning and watched the news and could see what was going on. But I was heading over to Paeroa, and I thought, I wonder if I'm going to get there. But we did. Obviously a lot of damage, very sad places that I went past with corn crops and everything flattened, water everywhere. And another one I did was my son is into remote controlled cars. Well, this was an experience. So we trot along, find the place, and Winkle comes out and he's there and he's watching this little car go around this dirt track with all these other cars, and it's firing up dirt. So he's getting covered in dirt. But this was another story. But I must tell you that all along every day of my travels for 5 months, we wrote a blog. Winkle wrote the blog. Okay? I get into Winkle's head and I think how he thinks. So all along our travels, while reading his book, he asks me lots of questions. And I'm saying, look, I'm busy driving. You'll just have to read your book for the time being. But he was trying to work out what made this woman tick. So he's trying to get into my head and figure out what this woman is all about. And so I'd say to him, well, you've got plenty of books, look it up in your books. Anyway, so we wrote a blog every night or every second night, depending on what we were doing, and we got something like 33,000 hits on it. So there was a few people that rather liked what we were writing. But getting into Winkle's head was a challenge, and I've obviously got to be in the mood to do it, and I don't write as often now. But through that writing, we ended up putting everything in a book. So we've got a children's book here, and that way, a children's book and an adult book, which are available on Amazon. And so that's a diary of our travels, and I have got some spare ones with me today. So that's been an interesting experience as well, not having ever written a book before. But I had to have my daughter help me a bit because I'm not into technology where she is. Quite exciting. Another eventful time was after the floods. I went to Hooker Falls, and I don't know whether you've ever been there when there's not been a flood, but this was huge, and those Hooker Falls were so deafening. Poor old Winkle, he was a bit dubious about this, and I must say I was quite nervous with the fear of the noise, worrying about whether things were going to overflow, but we were up above it. But it was really amazing after that Cyclone Gabriel. Another boat over to Russell, and we went through the hole in the rock over there. And another tour around Russell. Wellington's cable car. He often sits on the bench beside me when I'm cooking because I need storylines. So he's always looking, but when I'm making pickle, he has an aversion to smell. The vinegar smell really gets up his nose, and he's not happy at all. So sometimes he has to go in another room where it's not quite so strong. Okay. He also has watched me play croquet. So we were in Paeroa, and one of the neighbours was talking to me at this house we were staying at, and I said, she was asking me, about what I do, and I said, I play croquet, and she said, well, come down to our club. So, of course, Winkle and I go down there, so he's finding more friends to meet, more pictures, more storylines, okay. And a lovely lady there also gave us 5 more gnomes, and they were all in the same series. And I don't know whether you know the Tui brand of beer, but they put out gnomes years ago, and so I have got quite a collection of them now. I haven't told you about how many gnomes I have. Okay, has anybody else here got gnomes? Yep. Yep. Okay, I think I might have outdone you all. I've got around 500. They're commonly called a gnomologist. On Google, now my new married name is Wilson, but my books are all under Rice, Judy Rice, okay, because that was my previous name, but my late husband passed away, obviously. And where was I going with that? Oh, sorry? Oh, 500 gnomes. Yes, sorry. So all around the North Island we were collecting gnomes, and so the car was quite full, and somebody said to me one day, how much more are you going to get in there? And I said, there is always a place for a gnome. Always. Okay, Christmas stockings. That was an interesting experience. We decided Winkle needed a stocking. If everybody else is going to have one, well, why shouldn't he? So out comes chocolate fish, a couple of frogs to put round our pond. We've got a big paddling pool, and a few obscene-looking gnomes in there, and a few fish. I told you I was nutty. Okay. So now Winkle knows that we were supposed to be going caravanning, but that got cancelled, and we're now looking, we've got a tiny home being built. So Winkle's aim, because we're house sitting in Christchurch at the moment, and at the end of our house sit on the 17th of June, we're going to be moving into our brand new tiny home. And of course, Winkle is really looking forward to where he's going to be perched. He likes to be able to see everything, he likes to hear everything, he doesn't miss a thing. Okay, he will remember conversations that happened, especially when I met my new husband. That was an interesting experience. So I was, in his books, I'm called the mistress. He had to have a title too. So Winkle decided, well, he's his lordship. Okay. Right. Yes, so the blog is still going well, and if you Google Gnome Queen, you'll see all the things that we've been doing. My daughter in Tauranga decided that this crazy woman needed some publicity. So she rang up Stuff News. They phoned me and got a story. And then out of Stuff News, I had a phone call from Suzuki Cars. Suzuki Cars wanted to do a promotion on us. This gnome travelling around New Zealand in this brand new red and black sports car with stripes. And so we were in one of the magazines that Suzuki put out, and they did I don't know how many people here have ever had a full page of you posing in front of a camera and you're in a magazine. I've done it. Okay. The other thing that happened was Age Concern in North Island, Morrinsville, somewhere around there. They put a blurb in there as well of our travels, and some of the local newspapers also. So you could sort of say we're a bit famous in a funny way. And now I get to speak to lovely people all about my stupid travels with a gnome and all the what we get up to. But yeah, so that's us. And I must tell you that because I met a partner when I came home, Winkle's partner Trixie down here in the pink, her name's Trixie. He had to have a partner too. Okay, so thank you everybody for listening to this crazy woman, and hope you've enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. Yes, that was wonderful. Thank you so much. Yes, that's right. It was very good. Yeah, very good.
I should say I've actually got some business cards done, and our blog address is on here. So I'll leave a bunch of them here, and you can either photograph them or share them around with other people. So that's our blog website. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So anyone who's driving a Suzuki Swift, make sure it's not a red one with black stripes, because I expect you'll be hauled over by the police. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the handcraft competition for 2027. It's always very exciting to make a schedule up because you have carte blanche, don't you? You have a certain amount of criteria to meet dependent on what schedule class you're arranging. So the wool craft has always got to be at least 50% of wool, you know, when you make something up. The Ashford Trophy has always been a challenge for a lot of people, but it also reflects Joy Ashford's thoughts of being able to celebrate a major industry within New Zealand of sheep. And I know there's the beef and the lamb and dairy and all that, but sheep are part of us. And I think that when people who do the knitting for children, especially those in hospitals, NICU, wool is best, isn't it? So, again, when we come to sort something out, we are very mindful of that. And considering last year, not 2025, 2024, is that right? When we did What Can You Knit, we had so many entries, and it was just made my heart sing. It was just wonderful. And that's why we went back to do a traditional the homespun yarn, which if you haven't seen, it's just superb, absolutely superb. Anyway, 2027. I have had one or two comments and queries. Primarily, the first one is the Robert Young and the May Martin Trophy. The theme stipulates 4 seasons. It's not spring, it's not summer, it's not autumn and winter. It's 4 seasons. So the 3 individual items need to reflect and represent the theme through possibilities of, and I'm just giving you 1 or 2 hints, a choice of colourways, or a design feature, or a motive that suggests 4 seasons. To me, when people say, for me, when I think of 4 seasons, I think of how a tree is. It's no leaves in the winter. It has autumny colour ones in the autumn. You have spring colours, and then you with blossom, and then you have wonderful. Hello. All right? Are you all right? Does it need to? Have you got an emergency? You haven't fallen over and it's called somebody? Anywho, right. Just giving you an idea, especially if you want to be part of the interpretation for theme. So it is 4 seasons in 1 article, because you've only got 3 articles to present 4 seasons, all right? What have I got written down here? The Woolcraft Trophy. Does the wool have to be commercially produced, or it can be homespun? It's a woolcraft, as long as it's got 50% in there. That's what you use. If you're using homespun, you're going to have 100%, aren't you? So it's fine. The Rissington CWI Diamond Trophy. I've written this ages ago. The Rissington CWI Diamond Trophy. Can the photographs have anything else in them, either the land or the ocean or a tree or a telegraph pole or boat spots? Clouds is the main subject. Any secondary items can be included if they enhance or support the overall image and do not detract from the final photograph and the emotional response. So if you've got a great photograph when you're flying Air New Zealand, good on you. If you've got one that you've taken outside the back door, good on you. Okay? I would go and speak to Judy Woods, because she seems to win a hell of a lot of the prizes. The cloth folk art doll. Go and speak to Tony, because she made the sample. Pardon me? Did you say something? Another idea is to hold a workshop. Pull resources of patterns. There's going to be a choice of stuffing. You can please yourself what you put in them. Clothing can be sewn on, or if you're exceptionally clever as a dressmaker of a very miniature size, you could have them to take it off. But you won't get any more points if it comes off or stays on. All right? The intention is that the doll is to be played with, not to be sitting in a glass cabinet. All right? It has that. Why not? How many things do we make and it's either not worn, left in the cupboard at the back? All right? Patchworkers. How many patchworkers and quilters we got in here? Lots? Good on ya. English paper pacing. Nice to sit down and do some slow sewing. And also the opportunity to use possibly different types of fabrics. You can potentially use beading to enhance it. If you go on to, I think it's Blossy pattern, just look for hexagon I can't remember. I thought I gave you a whole load there. Go and you can Google it and you can find the pattern or rip it off of Instagram or whatever, Pinterest. Somebody came up to me and asked a very pertinent question about the jumper, the child's jumper. A button-up cardigan. Yes, okay, that one is there. That I thank Diane Carter for finishing it off for me because I just ran out of time. But I did sew the buttons on to make sure people said, "You haven't got buttons on it." Yes, there's only 3. Yes, it's only to here. But I don't mind, you could go from, like 2 fronts, 1, 2, and back. I knitted mine on circular needles, so it's slightly flared. So that's why I just put the 3 buttons here. Depends on your pattern. Just remember to put a cable on. I don't know what happened to that cable, but I kept going because it was consistent. Right. The calligraphy. Now, I think that's going to be a real learning curve for everybody, and I hope you might embrace it, because not only will you find the empowered women's quote that you could then stick on the fridge and see it every day, but potentially you could have a go at perhaps a different craft. All right? Is that okay? The knitted knockers. Now, this is opened up for me and a venue that I hadn't realised. And again, if you search for knitted knockers and patterns, you will find a lot, especially from Breast Cancer New Zealand, and also knittedknockers.org, which comes out of the States. There are a lot of patterns out there. We have said a choice of yarn, but if you read what it says, it's got to be soft. I think that they should be stuffed. When you give some of them, when you do knit them, you don't necessarily stuff them. You leave a hole for them, which is, Adrian says, "I don't know what this hole's for." And I said, "Adrian, look at the shape of what you have just knitted. It's flat. Does it look like a boob?" And she went, "No." And I said, "That's why you got the hole in, so you can stuff it to make sure it goes the other one." To wash it. Correct. There you go, Mrs. Practicality. But, thank. But remember, it's knitted, not crochet, because there's crochet patterns out there. You can have nipples or you can't have nipples. It's whatever you like. And if you follow a lady that is on the States who actually helped to instigate this, she's a cancer survivor, and she's got this wonderful, great community-minded. Anyone can do this. And I went to the local cancer people in Ashburton and spoke to them to ask them whether or not did they need them, because I didn't want to have that sort of, we've got all these boobs that people are making and there's nowhere to put them, knowing very well that there is a need, but because there's the end product, isn't it? And she went, "Oh my goodness, oh really? Are you going to be doing that?" And I said, "Yes, I'm sure that the National Women's Institute membership will be making boobs for everybody." And she said, "That would be great." And I said, "Are there any particular size?" So she went to this wardrobe and she opened up, and there were all these countdown bags, with the recycled bags with C, D, D, E, A. And she said, "What ones do you want?" So that's why some of those boobs out there are different colours. And I said, are you happy to have different colours?" "Yes," she said. "Let's, whatever." So as I said, just go online, and there's lots of stuff here. Just the same as Tunisian crochet. Who does Tunisian crochet? It certainly is a totally different texture when you make it. I used a hook that had a, like you have on a circular needle, cable, thank you very much. It's that extra bit so that you can have a long length of it. Mine is too long. My cowl is too long because I got carried away. Once you cracked it, it's quick. It's a bit hard on your hands when you start because it gets heavier. But again, look online and it will tell you. Tunisian crochet, the basics. All right? The waterfall greeting card. The card makers amongst you will be holding workshops to explain and show, I hope. And I just hope that there will be something here for you, and especially the ornamental tassel. Because we've done boobs, and you could always put a tassel on a boob. The tassel has got to be a fair size because I just was thinking it to complement something that you could have as an interior design. I know that some of you have got bureaus with keys, or you've got your glass cabinet with the beautifully made doll that's locked behind it with a key. You can hang the tassel on. All right? Okay. Thank you. Judy Milne, would you like to read your story? I haven't thrown her under the bus. She did know. Right. Okay. So introduce yourself, where you came from, and then read your story.
I'm Judy Milne from Kāinga WI, Manawatu Federation. The literature competition had to start, I was lost. This is my version of it. I was lost in my thoughts, as I always am when out in my garden. Like the little pewaka waka, flirting and cavorting by the compost heap, my mind never settles, flitting from here to there, whither and thither, from those I love to those I don't, to a problem to be solved, to the wording of a letter which must be written, to what to cook for dinner. My mind wanders aimlessly and without direction. Yet out here, I am surrounded by order and purpose. The natural world is not lost. It knows exactly where it is going and why. The thrush singing in the tarata tree carefully selects his phrases and repeats them for emphasis, announcing to the world, this is my space. He expects a mate will take notice of his prowess. Kahu, the master of the skies, swoops across the blue, forming perfect circles as he circumnavigates the expanse, knowing that a mate will be attracted by his graceful aerobatics. Sometimes he is so hard to find, but his plaintive call helps pinpoint his position. The bumblebee toils longer than the honeybee, working even in the gentle rain or as the evening falls. He knows the rewards of hard work. A lone butterfly, the first of the season, flutters by. If she is lucky, she will find a mate, and together they will begin a dynasty, generation after generation of marauding offspring bent only on destruction. And the little Kenilworth ivy, with its delicate snapdragon-like flowers and soft leaves, belies its innocent looks. It knows exactly what its purpose is. When the lilac flowers are spent, the stem will bend and the seed be planted, ready for the next generation to join in the suffocating of everything in sight. As the day moves on, Pewakawaka's antics have disturbed enough insects for one feeding frenzy, and he has disappeared to find fresh fields. The thrush has claimed his territory, and no doubt a mate will be impressed with his song and nesting site. Kahu is joined by another, and together they circle in harmony, swooping down, then up, and plunging down again, a ballet in the sky. The bumblebee continues to work tirelessly and reaps his rewards. His furry legs are now laden with useful pollen. The butterfly perseveres in her search for a mate, and the little Kenilworth ivy, along with its many partners in crime, will already have started its relentless march to smother my strawberries the minute my back was turned. The world that surrounds me steers a course to reach its destination. Yet I have not solved one problem or decided on the words for that letter, and I still have no idea of what to have for dinner. The kettle's on, I hear a voice. My wandering thoughts are disrupted. I am found. I think there may be some of you out there, this wandering mind, I think perhaps we all have a bit of it. I hope I'm not the only one.
Magical, absolutely magical. To listen to the written word aloud in such an eloquent way is lovely, and the fact that it's actually spoken by the original author is, I think we should be really pleased. Well done, Judy. Thank you very much. It's time for a cup of coffee now. Woohoo! So it's going to follow the same format. So enjoy your cup of coffee, and be ran back about just after 11-ish, okay? Thank you very much.
I just interrupt? Hello there. Hello there. Look at them with their certificates over there. Let's get back on the road. South Taranaki, smile and sit. I have had, I don't know how many heads I've had, but if I could have just a bit of attention, a number of people asking me for the book. The book is out. We've got no books here anymore. However, on the back of the book is an ISBN number. If somebody in your near vicinity has one, take the book into the Whitcoulls or the Paper Plus place, point to the ISBN number and say, I want to order this book. That's what you do to get another book. Or write the ISBN number, which is on the back of the book, down and say, I want to order this book with this ISBN number. Okay? That's how you get a book. Well, if you haven't got a book, take the ISBN number. The book, take a photo of the back and so on. Yep. Hmm? Mary has some papers with the ISBN written on. Hang on a tick, I want to listen to Mary. The email you sent out advertising it with the picture of the bit of the side, the ISBN number is there. If you print that off or you write it down and take it in and get it. And if anybody knows distributors in Paper Plus or Whitcoulls, come on, get it out there. Yeah, cool. Thanks, Mary. Oh, and there are, I think, five raffle tickets for sale at lunchtime is all that's left. Okay?
Those ladies who have been fortunate to win silverware, you can go into this handcraft room and pick up the boxes and sign the book at lunchtime. Did I say that? But in there, in lunchtime, all right? So South Taranaki, I expect you to get Securicor in to take it back home. All right? I'm just going to ask Adrian to come to the podium and just ask a couple of questions. So hold fire, she's coming.
So morning, ladies. As part of our AGM, we set affiliations for the next year. So you'll recall in my financial report, we did end up having a surplus if we look at a normal year, although that wasn't totally accurate because I included the high tea donations. And in general, we made a less deficit. So what that means is if we didn't have the high tea donations, we're still in a deficit. In other words, we are not covering our basic, very basic running costs, nothing extravagant. Okay. At the end of my financial report, I did show you a few options. More fundraising, and the last option after a suggestion at the end of last year's AGM, that 100% of the affiliation comes to us as the national body, or alternatively, affiliations increase, and we keep the same split, 70-30. I haven't had feedback on either, okay? So I thought I'm wanting a bit of input now from you ladies. So, if we were to change the split, the fees remain at $50, and all $50 come to us as the National Federation. Can I have a show of hands? Who is in favour of that? Who is in favour of that? Okay. Are all of you that indicated, once I went around counting, did anybody put up their hands again after I'd finished counting this side? Because I know as I was counting, there were more people putting their hands up. It's really hard to try and get an indication when not all the hands are up when I start counting. Okay. Who is in favour of affiliations going up to $55 with the split the same 70-30? Indication of hands, please. Okay, thank you, ladies. Yeah.
Are people voting for both? Are some people voting for both, or is it just one vote? Like, what if you're in favour of both options? I'm just making sure that not me. I'm just making sure that people are voting yes, but they won't vote yes.
I'm just looking at the indication of hands. If you choose to vote for both, that's up to you. But I'm just looking at an indication of hands. Okay. So thank you for your input. Okay, judging by you ladies that are here, those that are interested, those that are attending the AGM, that want a voice, from the indication from the floor, more are in favour of the 100% coming to us. So we will set the fees at $50. They remain at $50. All 100% comes to the national body. Okay? Thank you, ladies.
Is that for just this financial year? No.
It is, because at each AGM, the National Executive Committee will set affiliations. So this is for the 2027 year. Thank you, ladies.
Can somebody, well, Nairi Young, could you indicate where you are, honey? Nairi Young? Nairi? You are here. Here's your badge. Oh. Hello. Shh, shh. Have we got a hostess with a mostess and a microphone? Just 1 moment. Hold. Rewind. Rewind. I'm not stopping you. this a point of order?
My name is Helen Meredith. I'm just a new member at the Glenavy CWI. We're from the Waimate area, I guess. I'm not sure. I've never been to an AGM, so this is all new for me. The vote that we just did before, I'm not sure that I understood completely how it worked. I'm sorry if I'm being really dumb, but you talked about the 50% and the 30%. What exactly did that mean? No.
Sorry, the 70-30?
In monetary terms, I guess is what I'm saying.
Okay, so the affiliations for the 2026 year have been $50,
Yeah.
with 70% of that being $35 coming to the national body, and
Okay.
30%, the $15 remaining with the WIL Federation.
Okay, so that's what you meant. Thank you for clarifying that, because I didn't understand.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, go on.
Anne Jackson, Wairarapa Federation. I'm a little bit disappointed that this wasn't carried through when we did the financial report. You know, the comment was made where we were at financially, and I think it would have been more appropriate then to take a hand show or whatever at that particular time. Like, just putting it on the end of the session now, I don't think it's fair on not just us as delegates here today, but also to take it back to our members. And, you know, my feeling is, you know, with all due respect, you know, the outgoing committee now, as you're stepping down, I'm not criticising, I'm just saying, wouldn't it be more appropriate to bring it to the new committee and the next annual meeting to discuss? Is that a fair comment?
Fair comment, Anne.
Thank you.
Sorry. Sorry. In answer for that, after my financial report, there was an opportunity for questions, if there was any discussion about that. We were waiting to see an indication from you ladies what it is. And per our constitution, at the AGM, we set the affiliations for the next year. So that's why we have done that. The incoming committee obviously takes over once we are gone. Okay.
And the question time, sorry, I did have my hand up, and the question time was short. Obviously, you're limited with time, and so not everybody got the opportunity to actually have their say at that particular time.
You can come and see me at any time, as a lot of members have come. But thank you for your point.
Kia ora, I'm Angela from Waikato East. Just a question. With the 50%, with the $50 going to Federation, is the understanding that we no longer give a national donation? Because if we give the 70-30, you get $38.50, whereas now you'll get $50.
Ladies, thank you for your question. The donation to the national office has always been an option. It still remains an option. It just means that our affiliations, that all the $50 will come to the national body. It is still up to you to donate to us. Your prerogative to choose to do that. Thank you. Okay.
Julie Wells, Mason Flat Harden, North Canterbury. Why didn't we have a vote? It stayed the same.
It's not a vote. Ladies, I asked you for an indication. It is not a vote. In our constitution, it states that the NEC sets the affiliation fees. I wanted an indication from you because you ladies are here. It is important to us what you ladies think and feel about things. The end decision is not a vote. It is up to us. The NEC is the decision that we make.
Hermine from Glenavy WI. Your question was $50 to NEC or an increase of $5, $55. and then 70%. But if $50 go to NEC, it means for us a $15 increase if we still want to keep our portion, which we need for a whole hire, and Federation still need their money. So it means $50 to you and $15 increase for us on top of it. So you're actually asking $55 or $65.
Ladies, as federations and WIs, you have your ways of fundraising. We realise that. There are a number of WIs that do have hall hire and other expenses. We are aware of that. We are aware of that. But you know that we WI ladies and we make a plan, no matter what it is. We are just asking that affiliation fees cover our bare minimum running costs. That's why we have chosen this route.
At the beginning you talked about, Trish Mill, North Canterbury. At the beginning you talked about the fundraising option, the keeping the fees the same, the 70-30 split, or raising it. You didn't take a show of hands of who wanted to do the fundraising.
That's not up to us. We're an outgoing committee and we haven't chanced. No, we didn't, because we were talking about the affiliations. That's an option where affiliations are something that happens every year. Okay. Is there anyone else?
Excuse me, ladies. Marjorie Schofield, Tinui, WI, Wairapa. You were saying yesterday with that remit thing about putting your, if your people joined later on, with people joining, but getting the later on in the year, yes. Could it do that? They could join, that money there could then go to the local federations, and rather than the national, and something, because otherwise local federations aren't going to have any money at all. A lot of them, and they're all closing up, because a lot of them haven't got money to spend, and they're not going to be getting any money. They, not the you guys, but the local federations.
Ladies, like I said before, WIs and federations, you have your events and you have your raffles. Those are the ways that you bring in money. We know that you ladies have a lot of ideas in what you do, and we're asking you to keep continuing with those ideas. Okay. Yep.
Pam Cleve, Pegasus Wood End, North Canterbury. Many years ago, I was Hillsborough Heathcote in Canterbury District, and we put a charge on for everybody that went to Institute, paid $5, and we also had a raffle. So there's easy ways to make money, and we can still do that. We're very lucky in North Canterbury that the Federation haven't been taking their part. We have been, the institutes have been keeping it. So I would say the Federation will carry on the same as they have been. It's just, I think it's a better idea than raising the fees, because I think if you'd raised the subs, you'd lose too many members.
Well, that's what we felt, ladies, is it's individuals and it's your pockets if we raise the fees. It's not the Federation and WI as such, it's individual members. Yep.
I'm Daphne Holly from South Taranaki. This is my personal opinion. I belong to a lot of organisations. Institute is cheap. $50 is cheap when you're paying $100, $150 to belong to other institutions. That's what I think. But I also think we're Women's Institute. We can do it. We can raise money. We all need money to operate. If you're taking 50, the whole lot, we got to work harder. But we'll do it because we're Women's Institute.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, Buff Brown from Rafutiroa Women's Institute, part of South Taranaki. I know that the Women's National Executive or National Women's Institute are a registered charity in their own right, and charitable donations are all tax deductible. So if you were to receive a big donation or anything, could some of the money be sort of refunded as a dividend to the different federations?
Yes.
Thank you.
If there's donations, we can give a receipt. Yep. I don't know about federations possibly, but as long as it's a donation. As long as it's a donation. Remember, if you're wanting to claim anything back, I think it's $20 is the minimum. Something like that. Yeah. So individuals can get donation rebates. I don't know that organisations can.
Judy Cathcart, Waikiri Valley. This year is a WI because we have no federation now, and actually we only have one WI. This year our members paid $35. It all went to national, and we've raised the rest of the funds ourselves.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. We can do this. We WI ladies. We've proved how many talents we have. We have a lot of talent among us. Please use those talents. I know that we'll be able to do this, and you ladies are very capable of doing your fundraising and your ideas that you've always been doing. Please continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for your discussion. It's certainly set a bit of a buzz around, and that's good. It's participation. Right. Completely different tact now. I was just talking to Tony, because I couldn't find another past NEC member. The story all starts that after the centenary, we were in the office, and we were aware, because we were collecting the articles for the Te Papa display, and that Catherine Hopkinson sort of managed. And I don't suppose you can remember, but those people that were at Te Papa, which was a great event, we had a whole 2 or 3 tables full of archive stuff that had belonged to the National Federation. So they were all stored in boxes, and I expect those ladies who have been served on the NEC, who were at Jerome Spencer House, and subsequently at the apartment in Willis Street, was it? Oh, that was a good remembering. And we had all these bits and pieces that had either been given to decorate, shall we say, Jerome Spencer House over the years. Now, Anne went to Jerome Spencer House, didn't you, Anne? Anne? Got your hearing aid on? You went to Jerome Spencer House, didn't you, as an NEC, and you had full accommodation, and there was knife, forks and spoons and pictures on the wall and all that sort of stuff. So as you downsize, as we all do in our own lives, you declutter, is that the correct word? The other one is Swedish death cleaning, but, you know, that's what it's all about. And subsequently, it comes to the organisation, because we had not only gifted stuff, but we'd also inherited stuff when somebody, you know, perhaps Granny had died, and they'd got in touch with the National Office and said, would you like this book? Because it's an old recipe book that was printed in whenever. And in days past, we used to say yes. Well, Colleen was a little bit ruthless at times, because if there was a copy of that same book, it got recycled. So when we were looking through all the archives in the boxes, and I know that when they moved from the apartment, Suzanne had an awful lot of stuff. Where's Suzanne? You had a lot of storage in your barn, was that correct? So, you know, I think that was a big ask because she didn't charge us for storage and she could have done. So it all came back to us. It was done, thank you. And we appreciate your storage. Anywho, so when we came out to Papa, we still had all these boxes and we thought, well, what are we going to do with all these? What are we going to do with them? We can't put them back because there was not enough room in the office and we were in Lower Hutt. And then the bad weather came in. And then it started to get mouldy. And then we just thought, this is not good. This is not good for any archive stuff, whether it's textiles, a dining room clock, not too bad for, the silver teapot and stuff like that. But, so, when you have two women on an NEC that come from England, who says to you, you realise that you've got such a lot of history here, we need to make sure that we look after it. So Mary and I had to fight our cause and present and say, look, this is really, really important. Let us see if we can go about archiving all this wonderful heritage. So that started the ball rolling. Again, Colleen sort of sat there and said, and how's that going to work then? So anyway, we found, if you remember, I think it must have been last year, was it last year? When Jeff and Jamie came? Frightened them to death, I think, we did. Palmerston North, correct. So, we started down the route of giving them the boxes of archives, or the boxes were undone, to photograph or digitally take a picture of it that has OCR, which I believe it's not, OCR, which means it's something to do with that the computer reads the words and makes sure that they put it down so you can read words. Anybody who has visited Papers Past, anything to do with a genealogy, you will find that documents are scanned so that you can potentially read them as long as it's clear. So then we said, well, we've got all these pictures of all our lovely stuff. And then we did a bit of serious re-gifting. And you know the story of the clock, when I took it to Hawke's Bay and put it up in the top of the air flight, the baggage containers in a plane, and it started, ding, dong, ding, dong. But the story continues, the fact that I took it back to Hawke's Bay and found the institute, or the lady who had actually gifted it on behalf of Northern Hawke's Bay, or whether it was the institute. We found the granddaughter of this lady, and that granddaughter now has that clock because it has that link. So it has its final resting place. And for me, it's one thing I haven't got to worry about, or the organisation hasn't got to worry about, so it's a little story. So this has gone through lots and lots of different processes to get to where we, as the National Federation and us, have our website that we talked about, Recollect. And Recollect have been training the WI Heritage team. Sorry, John. Poor guy. All right? No, well, that's the homepage, but that's fine, that's lovely. So this is the NZFWI homepage on Recollect, and the website, you can see it is below. Now, this went live last Friday. So if you want to, you can pop along and don't do it now because the whole system will crash, I know. We've had a last sort of 12, 14, 15 weeks of online Zoom hooeys of learning how to do it because we are part of putting this stuff on the website. So there's Tony Brumby, there's Vicky Mayer, there's Mary Reet, there's Sue Clark, there's Colleen and myself at the moment, all right? So, that's the page. Now, in amongst our archives, I expect some of those past NEC members will know, there's this. And this is Winston Churchill's letter that was written to us in 1945. And it says, "I thank you sincerely for your kind message to us, and I have received and read with great pleasure Winston Churchill, 1945. So if we're strapped for cash, we can sell it because it's a good signature." What do we have here? We've got the Home and Country. And every single issue of the Home and Country since 1920-something or other, up until the last one, has now been digitalised and is archived. So you might think to yourself, well, you can pop into there and you can actually read them online. There you go. Which is one of those? 1929 looks like the first one. Great. And the fact is that if you go into them, they've got all the advertisements that used to be published in there. So, you have powdered toothpaste or headache stuff or even bras or something, I don't know. So you just sort of think to yourself, well, yeah, okay. So if you wanted to search, and Vicky came up with, well, what about a recipe for a fruit cake? So if when you go into the site, you can see around the green circle, it says, up at the top, can you see it says fruit cake? And then it says exact phrase. Can you see the 3 dots down? Okay? Like a traffic light. Okay? And there's 239 recipes for fruitcake. All right? So you can see that one has been actually highlighted due to the fact we've got this great girl that helps us to do this. Her name's Courtney. We have a bit of trouble with connectivity. Sometimes she goes, and we turn around and say, Courtney, can you say that again? Because we didn't understand a word you were saying. So she ends up being in the dark. You just hear her voice, and then her slides come up. But she's delightful. She's a young mum, very cool and very talented. Anywho, so you just say, okay, here it goes. Cookery Nook. 2008, November, December, Home and Country. And potentially, I do believe that you could download that sheet. Is that right? Would you say that you can do? I'm looking at Tony and saying, yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's sort of, or you can take a snapshot of it, or just make it bigger and then write it down. But, you can do this. Copy and paste or whatever. Good job. Right. How many of you know any of these women and the guys? Because we have got an awful lot of photographs that, for some time, we don't know who they are. So, Colleen knows who I is, and she's not saying anything to anybody. June, you see, were you there when it happened? You do? Can you tell, who is it? Do you know who they are? Some of them. Can I have a runner, please, with a microphone? Come on, June. Over there, June. She's desperately working out who the hell are they?
I should have a step counter on today. No. Here you go.
One of them, remembering I'm one of the old ones and the memory's not 100%, but looking at that, Jean Stevens on the right, I served under her, and because the lady on the left standing, I'm 99% sure is Mikhail Mackay, who was editor of the New Zealand Women's Weekly, and she or her company subsidised, supported, sponsored, that's the word I want, sponsored New Zealand Woman of the Year.
Very good.
I think the rest are actual contestants. The gentleman at the back, one of them nearest Jean Stevens was a judge, I can't remember his name, and I think the other two were minor sponsors. Okay. But we did it, and there was also, I think we had 15 entrants, and Hilda Stewart from Albury in South Canterbury won it.
Oh, you see? So I hope Tony took all that down, because as you can see here, you can actually contribute to the story. All right? So if you look up at the top there, it'll tell you what you have to do. So you have to log in, and then you can start sharing some of your memories. All right? And it's the photographs that are really, because people forget, don't we? Right, so this is where you can contribute your memories, and you can log in, as I said, and off you go. Then, there is an awful lot of metadata. That's what you call information that's put in electronically. The next step that we want to do is be part of this lot, which is the Digital NZ. Now, Digital NZ is a centralised search engine and a national metadata collector. It is established by the National Library of New Zealand, and it allows users to search across more than 30 million items from over 200 partner organisations that include museums, libraries, government departments, community archives in one single place. Bearing in mind, this is worldwide, because that's what we wanted. That was our aim, to make sure that our heritage could be accessed by anyone throughout the world, because we needed to blow our own horn. So I went on here this morning, because I had nothing else to do. Why would I? So there are, again, you can log into this, and I was blown away. I mean, you could spend hours there, do nothing. But there was, bearing in mind, Cromwell Museum, which is South Island stuff. The Cromwell WI scrapbooks are there. Glenavy in the Waimate Museum. Your lot is in there. In fact, you see, you get photographs there. For instance, in the Glenavy site, there is 3 women in long dresses. It's the name of the photograph. No names or anything. So Glenavy, I think you could do that as a little workshop or whatever. And then also Waimate WI, 7 women in an old style dresses. No names, no nothing. Hutt City Libraries, the CWI Minute Books from Belmont. So we're not saying that there is not archives out there, but we are now, because we have our own archives, we can become another research source. So this is the money that has helped us to do this. I'd like to say thank you so much to everyone for these lot for letting us have the money. And that's the wirecollectcms.com is where you can go and have a look. And I do hope you go and have a look. And it will take a little time to get everybody to have a bit of metadata. But it's yours. This belongs to us. This is our heritage. And I thank you so much for allowing us to run with this, aren't we, Mary? Yeah. And you should feel very proud of yourselves. Okay? So thank you very much indeed. Thank you. I think it must be time for lunch. So can we possibly stand and say grace, please? We thank thee, Father, for thy care. Food, friends, and kindliness we share. May we forever mindful be of home and country and of you. So be back whenever there's a lot more people in here. What's the time now? 1 o'clock-ish, all right? Thank you, bon appetit. Just a reminder for those people who have got trophies, the book and the boxes will be out there, but just make sure you got the right boxes.
Kia ora. Here I am again. Here I am again. This time to your benefit. It's the raffles. All right. So I was going to say eyes down, but that's no good. It's not a bingo game. You haven't got tickets. I've got the numbers. So the first person who won is Alison Mason. Oh, now she's got the Summer Show Cup and a raffle prize. Come on up, Alison, and choose. Second one, Joy McLaughlin. Third is Brenda Hill. Brenda, travelling by herself from Auckland. Come on in, Brenda. Green Bay, WA. The fourth one, Kathy Brooking. Come on down, Kathy. The fifth one, who will take just a flash to choose, Lynette Leach. Now, come on, Kathy, otherwise I'll take a good one. Kathy's coming first, and then Lynette. Yep. Kathy's first, and then Lynette. And number 6, Ayla Nicholas. Ayla. Number 7, Shona P. You got the right numbers, girl. It's a shame your rugby team's not doing quite so well. Whoa, yo, 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 yo. Now, number 8, I've got Leonie Stenhouse. Now, I know Leonie's not here, but who bought that ticket and put her name? Come on down. And the next one is Helen Monteith. Helen Monteith? Not here today? Is Helen here? Okay. Three. The next one, Pauline Lane. Pauline Lane. No, Pauline Lane. Move right along. That's correct. Next one, Christine Miller. Come on down. The next one is Barbara Nelson. Barbara Nelson, where are you at? Barbara. Barbara. Ah, not here. Barbara is here. Thank you. Hang on. I'm hearing Colleen, yes? Listening now. Hang on a minute. Shush. Speak. What?
Just indicating that she was on her way up. Forget it.
Oh.
Just ignore the Colleen.
Where are we up to? Barbara Nelson, not here. Barbara's been. Vilma. Vilma S is next. The next one is Janice Phillips. Do we have a Janice Phillips in the house? Number 15, Donna. Number 16 will be somewhat quieter, I'm sure. Jeanette Reid, number 16. Oh, no. Number 17, Yvonne Bircher. Number 18, it's Christine Myers. Do we have a Christine Myers? Round you go. Christine Myers is here. Number 19 is June Pawley. Aye, aye, there's June. Number 20 is Colleen Briggs. The next one is Patsy Hine. Lorraine Christiansen is the next one. Lorraine Christiansen. Let her in. And you have one more? And there's one more. It's Judy Cathcart. Thank you, ladies. And just a notice about dinner tonight. Dinner, we want you seated. They'll have tables. No, none of these chairs, none of this stage. Those people go. They'll have tables set up and to be seated by 6 p.m. And our man Connor will take, table by table by table through to the Camelot room, pick up your food and come back here. There is a purchase bar, not a cash bar, but a purchase bar being set up at that end, okay, for you to buy your wines or whatever. Thank you.
There's a bit of a photography session going over there now at the moment. These are the prizes I won. Just in case they get lost. Now comes the exciting bit and the enjoyment time. I'd like to ask the potential, but you've got the job anyway, NEC nominations, but again, as I said, you've got the job, and Suzanne, because she's got the job, to come up here and sit behind us for just a tick, and then I'd like, as it is in the the form, that they've got to give their speech, even though they've got the job. So, could I welcome, potentially, all of these wonderful women that have thrown themselves into the job? So please, can you come up here? Please, thanks. Keep clapping, because they deserve one.
It looks like I drew the short straw. I've got to go first because I'm first in the alphabet out of this lovely lot. So, Madam President, NEC members, past and present, Executive Officer Colleen, and all members attending. I am Lynette Byrne, a member of a small institute, Kokodai-Kotarangi, which is part of the West Coast area. So, our theme this year is Reconnect and Rediscover. So I proudly stand here today looking forward to the future ahead with my fellow NEC members. One of my badges I wear with pride was my late mother's, and I know she would support me in undertaking this role. It is important for our members to have involvement in our communities to whatever level we can contribute to. WI benefits our communities so much with our donations, whether financial or goods. Our contribution to society is invaluable, and I would definitely like to see cancer research and relevant health groups as recipients of our grants going forward. Our ageing volunteer base means we need to capture younger members to help keep us inspired and grow our numbers. The passion and commitment of those present and past are an inspiration to me. In this current economic climate, WI could provide a good platform for educating those that do not have a skill base for surviving these times. Years ago, young ones were often asked to adopt a granny to support some of our elderly that were alone and socially isolated. The benefits of this went both ways, as the elderly had company and taught the young ones skills like crafts and cooking. I think we could kickstart this again, and it could give us the opportunity to promote WI and get the younger generation as members. Part of our NEC role will be listening to the members and endeavouring to be proactive in undertaking their concerns and ideas to be considered. And then hopefully we'll provide outcomes favourable to increasing our membership. Thank you to those that have encouraged and supported me to take this role on. Life is for living, and the WI ladies certainly showcase that. God bless you all.
Yes, you are. All right. Okay. Good. good. All good. Good, they're all behind you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, mine's a bit different to that one. Never mind, each one's different. Good afternoon, past presidents, President Jude, NEC members, Gold Honours members, WI members, Colleen and visitors. My name is Kay Brabender and I consented to have my name put forward to go on to the NEC. I have a supportive family and husband. I live in Woodville. We went there for 5 years and 51 years later we're still there. A little bit about my WI walk. I joined Woodville WI in February 1981 and joined Papatawa WI in 1988, where I am still a member. I have been a member of the Southern Hawke's Bay Federation, which amalgamated with Bush Federation and officially changed its name to Tararua Federation in 2018. Served on Federation as President for 5 years, Vice President 2 years, Secretary I've done I don't know how many years, Voluntary Organiser and Liaison Officer. I served as President and Secretary at Papatawa and also served on the committee. For Woodville WI, I was Vice President, Secretary and Committee Member. Woodville WI unfortunately closed in 2025 in November. My aim for WI, I am passionate about WI and proud of the 45 years I have been a member and supporting the community I live in. If we want WI to survive, we all need to live by the aspirations as they form the foundation of our organisation. My aim is to bring good communication skills which form good relationships with the members, have trust in others, work together as a team, but most importantly, have respect for the members. To get new members, we need to invite them and encourage them to join our movement, asking them to share their talents within the WI. Oh, I've lost my place. My aim is to bring, I've done that. I've done that. Where possible, participate in the activities that WI are offering, interacting with sister WIs, that way you meet new friends. Don't be afraid to ask if you aren't sure on anything. Inspire and encourage members by what you do in WI. Each WI does things a little differently. Sharing skills and learning something new to build friendships and enjoying plenty of fun along the way. A successful WI journey consists of having a good relationship with all members, requiring that we give the best of ourselves. Thus we must, in the best possible way, by loving, forgiving, giving and sharing. There's so much to look forward to. We all have a unique aim that keeps us moving. Mine is to keep the WI movement alive. However, it can't be done without the help of members. I invite you all to think about what yours is. Let's not dream about the future, let's build it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies. Did I ever dream of being here 10 years ago? Hell no. Welcome to the National Executive and Executive Officer and all of you lovely ladies here. I'm from Riverlea Women's Institute. It's in the North Island on the west coast. So I, like Lynette, are Westies. Just in 2 different islands, and I promise not to cut it off and let it drift. Anyway, I'm married 43 years on the 10th of June to my darling husband, Mike. I have 2 beautiful children, could only have daughters, and they have given me 2 beautiful son-in-laws and 3 children and 2 stepchildren. So I'm very blessed. Unfortunately, one's in Auckland and one's in the South Island. But anyway, they have aeroplanes for that. So, aspirations and dreams. Reading the financial report has certainly made me sit up and take real notice of the dire straits. God, they were a good band. That we seem to find ourselves in. More federations and WIs have walked away again this last financial year. So it's the people I'm talking about. I do so hope some WIs have merged with others, so we haven't lost all those members as well. And well done if you have accepted other WIs. My own federation, South Taranaki, who ironically was the largest federation, are now just below 150 members, having had so many pass away in the past 6 months to the big WI in the sky. Thankfully, we still have 9 institutes. Task in front of us, so we 5 have a task in front of us to no fault of the current National Executive. I love WI. I have done so ever since I entered competitions at my late mother's WI in the 70s. I'd like to think before some of you were born. I'm a 62 model. We must be robust. We must be more robust in putting ourselves out there. Wear your badge everywhere. I mean, the car clubs are sick of me going on about WIs and we can do muffins and we can do this and we can do that. We have to start thinking outside the square, the left field. Go and put yourself out there to do things and scare yourselves and put yourself out of the comfort zone. Somehow, I would love to see a publication again in our hands. Not sure how, but that's my goal. I'm a 12-month ahead kind of person, so that puts a lot of pressure on the new executive. We are all busy women, and sometimes, we're not always given a lot of time, and my diary makes me miss out on things. We are all guilty of the same old way of doing things. Even my own WI is guilty in this. I mean, what suits, that's what we do. As Jude said 2 years ago, if we don't change, we will die. I'm not sounding very positive, am I? But I am, and I'm definitely a glass half full person. But I will do all I can to help grow the numbers, and if nothing else, I'm definitely going to have some fun. Thank you.
Thank you. This will be short and sweet, just like me. My name is Sue. How do you do? Firstly, a little bit about myself and my background in WI. I'm currently a member of Wairika WI in the North Otago area. I'm married to Murray. I was a clerk with an E, and then I married a clerk without an E. We have 2 daughters, a son-in-law, 2 grandchildren, a grand dog and 2 grand cats. I joined WI in the mid-1980s. I'm a 3rd generation. My late mother, whose ribbon I wear, Evelyn Clark, she was a Gold Honours recipient, and my granddaughter, Kate Jones, is a junior member, making her 4th generation. I was pleased to be able to say yes to Mavis Wilkins when she asked if I would put my name forward for NEC. Although a daunting task, I am up for the challenge, as I had been when it was my first time on Federation. I have found the more you are able to say yes to things, the more that you learn, as I have experienced with assisting in the updating of the Constitution and learning more about our history as part of the team for the new Recollection website. I have a dream that one day this organisation will rise up and live out the true meaning of our aspirations. I have a dream that we can continue to keep this wonderful organisation going as its founder had hoped. Some thoughts from past NEC members that are also my sentiments. Our members are the most valuable resources and are critical to our success. We have a proud tradition of supporting each other and our communities for the past, or the 100 years plus. Looking back over things from my mum's scrapbook, I read the following excerpts. The main objective of the NEC is to provide an organisation which will enable women to take an effective part in the community life and its development. The aims are to unite the women of an area into a group with such a strong community spirit that through their mutual interests so broaden their horizons as homemakers, that the Institute motto, for home and country, becomes a reality, both in the home and the community. To foster handcrafts, choral, drama and other cultural activities. To encourage participation in community affairs and a concerned interest in all aspects of national life. Aim of the Institute is to promote homemaking, cooperation and citizenship. I feel these things are meaningful today as they were last century, and I hope that we, the new NEC, can continue with your support in this way and with new ideas. We stand for every good the world holds dear, strong hearts and willing hands in high endeavour to help, to serve, to comfort and to cheer. These are my hopes and dreams. To finish with a couple of quotes. Jude Vaughan was heard saying, an astonishing group of awesome women, the NZFWI is still alive and kicking. From our founder, Bessie Jerome Spencer, start with something simple that is widely acceptable. And I'd also like to play a special tribute to the Glenavy ladies. I don't know whether you noticed last night, but when they were in the pool with their feet up, they said, "Go Sue Clark." So I am awarding them my Oscar. Thank you. Good girl. Good. Thank you so much.
May I ask you to give a round of applause to the potential, and she's got the job, President Suzanne Bannister. Oops. Already breaking stuff. Good afternoon, President Jude, past presidents, NEC, Adrian and Jessie, EO Colleen, members, visitors, and those of you watching via live stream. Ooh. A little bit about myself. I'm married to Joe. We are sheep and beef farmers living at Westmere in the Wainururu district, 28 k's east of Masterton. We have 3 grown-up children, Genevieve, Natalie and William, and 5 grandchildren, Sophia, Eddie, Alex, Izzy and Frankie. I'm a registered nurse working 5 days a fortnight in a 38-bed acute medical surgical ward at our local hospital in Masterton. I've been involved with WI all my life, from going to meetings with my nana and my mother, who received her 60-year badge in April 2016. After 40 years as a member of Wainururu WI and Wairarapa Federation of WI, I have made many friendships and developed a variety of skills and a great passion for WI.
When I was asked to put my name forward for a national president, I thought about it for several weeks. I decided after talking to my family and friends, especially my WI friends, that I was ready for a new challenge. And boy, it's surely going to be one. So where to begin? I am aware that the biggest issue facing our organisation is our declining number of members. For every new member, we are losing our older members. We have federations and WIs closing down. It is my intention to endeavour, with all of your help, to reverse this trend. As we now celebrate 105 years of WI, the challenge for us all is to increase our membership and the sustainability of our organisation. We need to promote WI in the wider community through better publicity and communication of the work we achieve throughout New Zealand. A national project is essential to raise WI awareness. I believe that WI provides a vital service to our communities with all the volunteer hours and donated goods that we contribute each year as shown by our annual donation lists. My challenges as National President are as follows: to represent all members making decisions on their behalf so our dynamic organisation can move forward in a positive, caring way. To lead our organisation into the future with open and honest two-way communication between all levels from NEC to Federation and WIs, thus ensuring all members stay informed and involved. To further embrace technology to allow our members to remain updated and connected no matter the circumstances. To look at the long-term financial sustainability to make sure that we don't just survive, but that we thrive as an active, vibrant organisation for future generations. To encourage women to join WI, as WI is a place for all women to come and meet likewise women, to chat and support each other, form friendships and support the community around us. A place where in this modern world, we as women can take some me time. No one is expected to do more than they feel they are capable of achieving. I think about how important our organisation is for all our members, how many friendships are made, how much fun we enjoy together. Your commitment to WI, to the community and to each other is amazing. Our mission together honours the traditions and legacies of the women who have served before us. WI is not just a collection of ladies making chutneys and knitting peggy squares. Far from it. WI is the heart and soul of our community, fundraising for many a worthy cause. Standing strong in the face of adversity and quietly going about our mission year in, year out, through war, drought, floods and pandemic. Not much more. All WI members need to get out there and let our community know that WI does still exist, that we are a caring, dynamic organisation. We share our knowledge with others, we give back to our community to sustain and nurture it. Honesty, values, kindness, transparency are all words that are relevant to us and our organisation. Turn your face to the sun and the shadows fall behind you. We are a completely new but very enthusiastic NEC, so there's a lot of learning to do together whilst we get our head around the organisational systems. We will be encouraging new ideas and discussions from members. With this shared information, we can make better decisions, strengthen WI, and create an experience that works for all members. We definitely do require all of your support. Your voice matters. the 5 W's of life. Who you are is what makes you special. Do not change for anyone. What lies ahead will always be a mystery. Don't be afraid to explore. When life pushes you over, you push back harder. Where there are choices to make the ones you won't regret. Why things happen will never be certain. Take it in stride and move forward. This is what we all need to do. I feel very honoured and proud to be standing up here as your new National President. Together, we move forward.
And then I'm going to put the new badge, the proper badge on you because that's more important than this because that's the older one. And then it's clearing up and buggering off. I think is that right? Okay. Wow. Isn't it exciting times? Ah, it's great. Anywho, I'm going to ask Adrian to come up and give her a retirement speech. And then Jessie is going to come, and then you'll hear from me. And then potentially it's thank yous and good night, Irene, as they say. All right, thank you.
Afternoon, ladies. So, of course, you know, I'm Adrian Allen, and my home WI is Araremu WI, which is South Auckland area now, as we no longer have a federation. I've been a member since 2015, when I bought a property rural, and my neighbour invited me to WI. So from there, I enjoyed meetings, learning things, being on committees, and I remember being asked if I would consider being on the NEC. It was a bit of a shock to me because I hadn't really thought of that before. But a seed was planted. Succession planning in motion. We keep talking about that. But as I pondered the thought of possibly being on NEC, the more I thought, well, maybe I can do this. Maybe I have some ideas that I can share, and maybe there's really a whole lot of things I can be learning. So I took on the challenge. I remember being excited once I put my nomination in, and of course, when Jess and I joined the nominations, there was such a flood, that we were accepted onto the committee. When we first joined the committee, there were 6 of us. And then for the past 2 years, there have been 3. I remember my first introduction meeting. It was a great eye-opener. I was put straight on how the National Federation of Women's Institute runs. And I was reminded it is different to your local WI level. Over the months and meetings held, more familiarity grew with our fellow committee members and our roles, and soon we were forming a team. We had robust discussions, as Jude likes to call them, and we went about the business that we were there to do. In thinking about my time ending on NEC, I know that a lot of people have asked me, what are you going to do with all your time? I'm going to tidy my house. All those things that have been left in piles while I didn't have enough time to be doing, my husband's absolutely delighted that that's what I'm going to be doing. So that's what I'll start off with. There have been some great highlights working on the NEC. I have enjoyed learning much of the history, being a new WI member, only 7 years before I joined the NEC. I've learned a lot of the history. I've also learnt and really enjoyed learning how ladies in different parts of the country have been successfully participating and running their WIs and federations. It is wonderful to learn that there are great similarities between some WIs and great differences, and whatever works for you in your area works, and it's wonderful to hear. I've enjoyed sharing rooms with my fellow NEC members. I remember one time, I won't say where it was, but I remember one time, we all snore a bit sometimes, and thank goodness we had like a lounge area in our rooms. Well, my fellow companion was snoring so loudly I couldn't sleep. So I took my bed into the lounge area so I was able to sleep. But yes, I know I snore myself sometimes. But great times sharing rooms, and while we get together, just learning a bit more about each other, and that's been a wonderful highlight. Another highlight was in amongst our busyness of being able to meet together, sticking to business, and then on the way on the bus back to the airport when we had met in Wellington, to have a quick stop off at the shops so we could have a rushed 10 to 15 minutes shopping. We did have our favourite little place we went to, didn't we? Laughs were shared as we all have different senses of humour, and we were accepting of each other for our strengths and our weaknesses. Thank you to those who have believed in me, and apologies to those that I didn't communicate so well with when I could have been as liaison officer, so apologies for that. I know that we are all volunteers, and whether we are in our WIs, whether we are on committees, or whether we are on the NEC, life happens sometimes, and we get thrown some curveballs that we have to cope with. So we're all the same, we're all human. Overall, it's been a wonderful experience, not without its frustrations too, but I'll miss the camaraderie that we've all shared together. And hopefully, in the words of Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'll be back.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko makatere te mauna, ko rakihure e te awa, ko taki te mu te waka, ko Ngāi Tahu te iwi, ko Ngāi Tahuriri te hapu, ko William taku, ko Rumu taku papa, ko Catherine taku mama, ko Jess taku ingoa. I just wanted to start with my pipiha today because it's important to me and it's important to my culture. But I also wanted to do it because Donna, I don't know if you remember, but last year she sat next to me and she said, I want you to stand up there and say your pipiha. So that's for you. That's for you. And now that you officially know exactly who I am and where I come from, I can officially tell you that after 4 long years, it's finally beautifully finished. And honestly, what a better place to cross the finish line than right here, than in my hometown in Ōtautahi. I wasn't entirely sure I would see the day, or if I'd still have a shed of sanity left by the time I arrived. But by some miracle, we made it. I feel like I've gone completely full circle. 4 years ago, I was sitting at home in my track pants, giving my acceptance speech via a grainy, glitchy Zoom screen due to COVID. And now here we are, only this time it's my farewell speech. And they've allowed me out of the house to do it in person. But looking back, the last few years have absolutely kept us on our toes. We've battled cancelled flights, wild weather, and some incredibly tough decisions, antagonising unpopular decisions that were moments when the weight felt so heavy it was suffocating. and we face the terrifying quiet reality that this organisation we love so deeply may not survive. But looking back at all of you right now, I realise the stress completely fades away. What takes its place is a profound, overwhelming sense of pride, unstoppable laughter, and deep, long life connection. We don't just survive, we make it beautiful, lasting impact together. We poured our absolute hearts into supporting Love Grace, Pet Refuge, and Foster Hope, turning these heavy challenges into real wide kindness. When Jude, Mary, and Tony stepped down, it only left the three amigos, or the three stooges, depending on who you asked, to hold down the fort. We could have said, this is going to be too hard, and call it a day, but giving up simply wasn't an option. We knew the sacred value of the sisterhood, so we threw everything we had left into it, deciding if the ship was going down, we were going to steer it directly into the sun with our heads held high and look where the stubborn love brought us today. We have a new committee sitting behind us. And I couldn't have steered this single thing without the phenomenal amigos. I think we're amigos. I think we're beside me. Adrian, thank you for being such a wonderful roommate and an even better friend. I'll never forget our late night flights, trying to figure out which random bus to get off just to walk to the hotel in the freezing dark. Your kindness, your consistent joy, and your presence made the toughest, most exhausting days so much brighter. Jude, I'm talking to you, but you're right back. Thank you. From the bottom of my soul, your patience, your steady grace, and your unwavering dedication have been the utmost anchor for the team. While Adrian and I were desperately juggling full-time careers, you held the line for us, and your passion inspires me every day. Colleen, I have watched you in absolute awe since I was a little girl, sitting in the back of the meetings, seeing how you stood up at AGMs, making sure everything was effortless. You have gone above and beyond for this organisation for many years, and I think we are lucky to have you. After this, we can have a marcher, maybe? As I step down, my heart is completely overwhelmed. I would like to thank Alison, Crawford, and Faye Moore for putting my name forward in the first place, and thank every single member here today for the encouragement. You are the beating heart of the sisterhood. To my husband Jethro, thank you for backing me 100%. Thank you for unknowingly sleep-deprived airport runs, listening to endless speech rehearsals, looking after our fur babies while I tried to save the world through WI. I truly couldn't have done this without you. Oh, I might lose it on this one. And to my mum and dad, you are the cornerstone of my entire world. Oh, see? That's it. But your endless wisdom comforted me when I felt completely out of my depth. Dad, your quiet resilience showed my true determination. You gave me a foundation so solid that I was never afraid to fail, because I knew I'd always have a soft place to land. I'm so incredibly privileged to be your daughter. No. People keep asking what I'm going to do next. I'm going to learn photography, dust off my bass guitar, carry on with my real journey, and just soak up every single second with my family. To the incoming committee, I wish you all the very best. As you take the reins, you have an incredible journey ahead of you, and I know you will lead this organisation with the same heart, passion, and dedication that makes it so special. I am finally leaving the executive table, but I can't wait to sit back, wear proper trousers, and watch this beautiful organisation continue to grow. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Happy
everybody's crying. Wait. Fellow members, as I bring this meeting and my term as President to close, I do so with a full and grateful heart and great confidence in the future of the NZFWI. This presidential term has had its challenges for me personally, but it also constantly reminded me of the strength that lies within the NZFWI. What I found, there was far more than the meetings, projects and responsibilities. I found a community of extraordinary women, compassionate, determined, generous, resilient. Together we have shared the challenges and triumphs. We've supported families, strengthened our communities and raised funds, created opportunities and stood beside one another through times of change. Every achievement belongs not just to one person, but to all of us, because this organisation has always been built on teamwork, friendship, and shared purpose. You have constantly continued to support the NEC with kindness, encouragement, and willingness, and have shown time again what remarkable membership you all are. As we move forward, I ask each of you to continue that spirit. As new members step into leadership, I encourage you to continue offering your support, your patience, and most of all, your enthusiasm. Share your ideas, and most importantly, stay actively involved. When we as members stand together, we share the load and believe in what we are building. The NZFWI continues to thrive, not because of one person, because of all of us. The future of the NZFWI depends on all of us playing a part. Leadership is never about holding a title forever. It is about nurturing the future, encouraging and supporting new ideas. We are an organisation grounded, not only in service and learning, or in our working communities, but in the genuine care for one another. To our incoming President, Suzanne, I congratulate you wholeheartedly. You bring your own strengths, vision and energy to this role, and I know that this organisation will continue to grow and flourish under your leadership. I offer you and the new NEC members my support and faith in the exciting future ahead. Thank you all for the trust you placed in me, for your friendship and your continued commitment to the National Federation. I step aside confident, encouraged and proud to be part of this remarkable, awesome organisation, but more importantly, excited to what lies ahead. It has been a huge privilege and a great honour to serve as your president. Thank you. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, katoa. Oh, can I speak, please? Permission to speak? Yes, you may. Can I sit down?
Yeah. I read the Constitution. Am I allowed to speak?
Yes, you may. Are you affiliated?
Yes. President Jude, back in May 2022, when you became our national president, you were ready for the challenges that lay ahead and to guide us through the next chapter of the NZFWI. As you once said to me, we are in for an exciting ride, lots to do, and it will be tough. And yes, it was very tough at times.
while making those hard decisions and putting in place new policies and procedures. Remembering you had a small executive and only 2 members this last time with Adrian and Jess. And of course, very fortunate to have Colleen always supporting you. But I personally feel you have achieved a massive amount for our organisation going forward, and you have crossed that crossroad. Jude, you always told it as it was. Language most improved. In your president's letters, your annual reports and many discussions, there was no holding back, and we as members knew where our organisation was heading. And in saying that, not all members agreeing, which is good for any organisation. It can make it tough going, but I feel we grow from those decisions and move in that direction. On the positive side, you will take away memories from your visits around New Zealand, attending meetings and birthdays, especially meeting those members in their homes and their local halls. To this day, those are the memories that I cherish and renewing friendships annually. On behalf of the past national presidents who have worn the chain of office and led the organisation just like you, I'm sure I can speak on behalf of all members of the NZFWI, and we say a massive thank you. We look forward to you sitting on the PNP branch with us, and now sit back, relax and enjoy being a WI member. In closing, I would like to say to Jude's mum, who I'm sure will be watching live stream, that you should be very proud of your daughter and what she and her team have achieved for the New Zealand Federation of Women's Institute. Thank you, Jude.
Jude, on behalf of all the membership, we'd like to present you with this gift, and we certainly appreciate all the time and effort you've put in over the last 4 years. We've given you all of our support, and we'd like you to accept this gift with our love.
Thank you very much
Thank
indeed.
you.
That's very, thank you very much indeed. That's very kind.
Adrian. On behalf of all members here today and the ones who cannot be with us today, we thank you very much for all your work and your expertise in trying to keep our money in the pot, keep it rolling over. We know you've done a great job, and please don't do too much housework.
I promise I won't.
We've all got boxes and things that we need to be putting away, but we'll try. But please accept this on our behalf.
To our dearest Jessie, I want to speak on behalf of the Royal We now. It has been wonderful seeing you blossom during your time on NEC. We have loved watching your confidence grow and seeing you shine bright in this forum. We thank you with all our hearts for your hard work and dedication. And I'll just look this up quickly because I really wanted to try, so I hope it's okay. Ngā mihi nui kia kohu mo te mahi. We wish you every success for your future.
Colleen. On behalf of all members, we would like to thank you so sincerely for all the work you do for our organisation. You've been a tower of strength to everybody. You've been at the end of the phone, the end of the computer, waiting for us, giving us the good answers we required, and sometimes it weren't the right answers, but we appreciate all the work you have done for us. We did give Colleen a little gift the other night when the organising committee and NEC met. So we have acknowledged her, but we just thought we'd do it privately for Colleen. Thank you.
I'd like to ask Suzanne to come to see me here. Could I have a word, please? It gives me great privilege to pass on this very special badge. It's the National President Badge for Home and Country, and it's got CWI written on it. It is one of the oldest one. It's more important than this. I mean, this is lovely. Thank you to Mrs. Leask, who gave it to us. But this, as I have worn all the time, this to me means so much more. And so she can have this tomorrow, because I'm hanging on to this. Sorry, girl. But this is, and that's why I'm going to crash her meeting and give her these bits and bits. But it gives me a great pleasure to pass this badge onto Suzanne Bannister, National President, for whatever year it is, 2026 to 2028. All right, I'm going to put this on here. Okay. Yep. Okay, and then I'm going to give you...
Don't punch it. Don't punch it.
I'm going to give you the green ribbons so that you can put them on your new executive committee. They've just got the executive badge, you know? Yeah. Right. Okay. Thank you. Right, I'll go. Hang on. All right, so I think somebody wants to give you some flowers. Just put those up there. Oh my God. Here we go. Thank you, guys. That's an overwhelming. Do I get them from us? Yes. Okay. My first job. It's very important. Do we have some special sauce? What? Yes, Mum. Welcome to Kay. Lynette, you were the next one, weren't you?
welcome Lynette. Welcome, Helen. And last but not least, Sue. I'll stick with Suzanne and you can be Sue. Yes.
I'd sometimes get called Sue, but I Suzanne. I love to call her Susan. If I'm in trouble, don't get to call me Susan. This is your first one, I got used to it. Sure. Welcome, Sue.
Right, yes.
That's my first job done. Okay, I can go now.
You're not going yet. You can't go yet. You can sit out there and then I'll just close the meeting. All right? I'd like to welcome Gold Honours QSM. Is that what you got? Yep. Alison Crawford and her. Are you coming up with a team or are you just coming with yourself? Could one of the hostesses have got a microphone, please? Alison, can you get to the front, sweetie pie?
Just come along here. You all right? Yeah. Alison. See the boobs there?
Incoming and outcoming NEC, Suzanne, Jude, Colleen. We'd like to give you this little presentation. We will be your sunshine. We will make you smile. We will make you welcome. May 24th, 25th, Gussie Cosy Club 2027. A list of motels will be out soon. When making your booking, just be aware it may be a past NEC reunion year. So you'll have to, as soon as you get your list and as soon as they've got a time and what we're doing, they'll inform you so you can make your bookings and not miss the reunion. So we welcome you to Gisborne and we'll give you a good time. Thank you.
Okay, just a bit of thank yous. Got to do thank yous, because that's what you do, don't you? To all of you here at this year's AGM, thank you for your attendance and input. Every AGM has its own character, and I think last night's entertainment was certainly one for the history books. those swimmers with the underarmy thing. We were sitting back in the handcraft room and them sticking them on here, having absolute hysterics, and then throwing themselves on the floor to make sure that they had Go Sue. You've only got to ask Waimati for a bit of a laugh, and they always don't let you down. Thank you to all the entertainers who stepped up to the plate. It certainly was a Hollywood night to remember. I'd like to thank the hostesses. Have you got thank yous? Perhaps the hostesses, well, no. Would the hostess like to come up here and receive a small gift in our appreciation of your service? Do you want to do it here? So that... Go down. Oh yes, come up, because then we can give them a real round of applause. Right, you'll have to watch it. All right, come up, all 3, 4, 5, 6. Manage? Yep. Right, just get out of the way. Yep. Say thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Could I have a round of applause? Thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you, smiley, wonderful woman, Mary. Right, let's come down the stairs. Yep. No, we don't want to. Okay. Thank you to Mid Canterbury Federation for arranging for the handcrafts and the judging to be done in the regions. It's a huge job, but it's doable. Thank you very much. Thank you again to the organising committee of the Canterbury Regions. I've got names here. I may forget someone, and I apologise, but can I just say thank you, Mavis, and your organising committee, please. And Heidi, who's been taking photographs, whether or not you wanted a photograph taken or not. Thank you, Heidi, for doing that. Primarily for me too, you know. To the audio-visual. Oh, he's not there, he's gone. Oh, no, he's not, he's good. Thank you so much. Thank you for your tolerance and understanding and deciphering what I was trying to say to him. I mean, it was very difficult for him. I didn't have a problem. Much appreciated. To the Chateau on the Park staff, we enjoyed our stay. The food was magnificent. And thank you for your attendance over the last 2 days. Go back to your WIs and share your thoughts, whether they were high or low or mediocre, and just say you had a great time. Again, good luck to Suzanne and her new NEC cohort, and we wish them all for the next 2 years. I'm looking forward to it, I really am. And I feel very privileged to be able to sit possibly at the table with the past national presidents. I don't know whether you're allowed to do that, but, you know, there you go. To Jessie and Adrian, thank you for your service to the NZFWI over the last 4 years. And I hope you will enjoy your new ventures, because you've got nothing to stop you, but still remain part of the WI, because we look forward to seeing you. I'd like to go on record my sincere gratitude to Colleen Dryden, Executive Officer, who has gone on above and beyond for my term of office. She has been exceptionally competent and efficient in her working practice. I've valued and appreciated her guidance and counselling, and she is exceptionally tolerant with me. She is a great one as a secretary, because you know the definition of a secretary really is to take the minutes, shut up, but keep the president on the agenda. And she certainly does that. As I am there rapiding away on a Zoom hooey, are we going to get the minutes signed, Jude? You know, are you going to stick to the agenda, Jude? So she's taught me well. I'm totally impressed. Scared to death, but totally impressed. I'm going to look forward to sharing a meal with you tonight. And it starts around 6 o'clock, because I think that's what it is. We all have to be seated, knee-knees together, and being very good. And normally there's a bit of a furore when it's finishing now. But I think if you could stand and wait until we've left the stage area, I'd like to say goodbye to you outside the door. Okay. Can you just acknowledge your new NEC as I go?
And I might even bring you a couple of those. Yep, she's gone, all right. Oh! Going out with a bang, all right, that lot. I'll collect that. Thank you. Thank you. That's all right. I've got to return these to the gentleman over here, so multitask. Yeah, we can if you want to, yeah. Well, come up the other end up there, because Watching My Hands is collecting these in now.